We are recording.
Okay,
I've started a recording.
thank you.
Please, who is recording?
I'm recording this, Kwame. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm one of your mentors. So so sometimes I teach Java, sometimes C# or any topics. But I'll be taking this Git training. I have a little notepad here. I'll maximize the page. It may not look nice. I was trying to make into PDF, but I'll give you a link to the website that has all of this as well. W3 schools and other things. Yes, so before I go, so as part of coding or automation, one of the important things we have to do is to keep versions of what we are doing. Okay, so we have something we call version control systems. Some of you may be familiar. Um, so version control. This idea comes when like even it happens to musicians and movie writers and other things when they have an idea of they want to write a movie script. You don't see everything from beginning to the end. Maybe they will have a an idea of maybe how the movie should end or how the movie should start, but they don't know how it should maybe be completed. So they'll write a small version of the storyline, and later on they may get ideas and they will add on to it. So they might have a script of maybe version 1, version 2, then later on maybe they'll make a master copy of the full version. Even with the master copy of the full version, and there will be some times when they can go and see some other screenplay writers or producers and they say, oh, this thing is too much. It will increase our budget. Or maybe we can add this to make the movie nice, just a nice idea I want us to push into the movie and all those things. Then the master copy, they can have versions of it. So they can have version 1, then later on they can have 1.1. The 1.1 means that it's still the version number 1, but maybe there are few minor changes. When there's a major change, they will name it as version 2. Okay, then with 2, they can have 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, all the way to 2.9. And they can go to maybe another release that they feel like this is a complete version again. So when it comes to version control, we are keeping track and changes of what we are doing. And as part of automation, it's important to also keep version control of your code, so that any changes that happen, you can revert to the former. So what happened is that if I have version 3 of the movie I'm writing and maybe I lost version 3, I can go back to 2.3. Okay, 2.3, although I might miss some things in version 3, but 2.3 will have almost everything from version 1 to up to 3. Okay, and the latest changes, but I may lose a tiny bit of information on the version 3. Okay, so when you keep track of those changes, it helps you to work efficiently on your project. It applies to so many documentations and those who write books and whatever. So for example, I'm writing this note as Git notes for you guys. And this is not this looks like my first master copy, but it's not finished yet because I want to put on a PDF slide. Okay. And maybe after I put on PDF slide, there will be some few things that maybe I want to highlight and make it bold. Like maybe this purpose, I want to indent it, make it bold and other things. Those things are minor changes. Okay. They are cosmetic changes. So if this is version 1 and I'm making intro and background bold, okay. Let me see if I, no, if I do that, it will throw us off. I wanted to open Word to do it, but it will take us off. So if I make this bold, maybe I can make all the topics bold and I can make a version 1.1. Over time, I can migrate this to PowerPoint slide or something like that. Then I can make a version 2. Then if there are a few things maybe I thought maybe I'm missing, or maybe after people read the notes, they can give suggestion or ideas, I can add those things. I can say, okay, 2.1, the same thing. So in coding, if you don't know how to use version control, it's like you are wasting your time because at work, whatever you write with your IntelliJ will not stay on your IntelliJ. It has to go onto the company remote repository or the company server, because the company has employed you. So if they want to get you sign up for Blue Sky Citadel and you are working on a project called Prep Major or Long Reach or whatever project that you are in, anything that you do is related to Blue Sky Citadel, and it has to be on the company server so that when you leave the company, people can pick up your work and follow through, or they are able to continue where you left off, or maybe you go off sick, holiday or something like that. Someone can continue with your work. So version control has so many advantages. So it's important you have to know it and you have to use it at work. And if you don't know how to use it, just doing the coding will be like a waste of time in a way. So as after today's training, I want you to practice it. We will use Git in conjunction with GitHub. So and also Azure DevOps. I believe all of you have access to your Azure DevOps. But with the GitHub, you have to sign up yourself. Okay, you have to sign up to GitHub and create an account with GitHub. And as a test engineer or automation tester, it's very important you have a GitHub account. Now I'll explain the difference when we come to that side. So for the introduction, this was created by Linus Torvalds in 2005. He was the pioneer for Linux operating system, and they were using a version control called BitKeeper at that time. And that BitKeeper, something happened and the owners of it said, okay, no longer free. They are not going to make it free. And this Linus guy, he has been like an open source person. Like everything that he does, normally make it open source. Open source in the sense that you are able to see the code and use it for free. Okay. But when BitKeeper became like a paid version, they thought of, okay, let's use another distributed open system that will be fast, secure, reliable, and it still be open source and free for anyone to use. And from that time, Git has been one of the main version control systems. There are other ones called SVN, and few others. They are not that popular, but Git has remained popular because of how open it is than the other ones. So as I mentioned, you use Git for version control system, We use it for any file modifications. So over here, I've created a text file. Okay, let me make it a little bit bold just for those using smaller tablets. I've created a text file over here. I can use Word document, any form of file you can use it, even including pictures, because pictures have been stored as JPEG, PNG, or maybe RAW or whatever file system they use. So whether it's PDF, Word, XLX, CSV, any form of file, computer file system, Git can handle it. So it's very, very good. And not only can you use for development, you can use it for story writing. So imagine if this is a story I'm writing and this is my initial idea, okay? Or I'm writing a book, this is my initial idea. I can save this into a remote, a local, a local copy, and I can save it as a server copy. I will explain it later on. So Git help us to track the changes in code. At the moment, the only changes I've added is I've added version control 1.121, 2.1, 2.2. These are the new changes that I've added. But this file, I haven't saved it as a Git file, so it won't track these changes. Okay, it won't track these changes. But at one point, I'm going to save this as a Git file, and you see that if I add any extra changes, it's going to track it and will tell me that it looks like there's a modification to this file. Do you want to stage this file? Okay, but I'll come to the different explanations. So Git is also used to collaborate on code. This is very, very important. It's one of the main reasons why you have to use Git. On your project, you will have developers, business analysts, and project managers or scrum masters and testers. You may not be the only tester in your company. Sometimes you may be the only tester in your project. Okay, if you are the only tester on your project, it's fine. Then you are not collaborating with anyone. But most times for developers, they tend to be more than 2 on the project, sometimes 4 or 5 working on a project, and we'll have 1 tester. So for developers, they use Git to collaborate a lot. When I say collaborate a lot, what I mean is that let's say I'm doing header, okay, and as I'm designing the web page, I have to put maybe courses. Or maybe register. So let's say we have these things on prep major, okay, and we have courses about assigning register. If I'm working on courses as a feature and I'm a developer, it's likely another developer may be working on about us, okay? Or even if I'm working on courses, if the courses are so broad that we have QA courses, we have BA courses, we have PM, we have Scrum Master, okay? Probably a developer will be working on QAs, one will be working on BA, one will be working on PM or SC, you get it? So we have to collaborate on the same course code, okay? And to do it well, Git helps you to create versions of of the main code. So somebody has to start, just like your project, the framework. Somebody will maybe have to start the project and initialize the code by pushing it to Git. Then from it, you can add your hooks file, you can add your page object, you can add other folders or whatever feature you are working on. So somebody has to initiate it. So if, let's say, I like to look at people's names so I can mention. We have Ade, Comfort, Demola, and Debbie. If 4 of them are working on courses and each of them take different copies, what will happen is that they will take the main code that they are working on and they will create their feature file, or if they are doing automation, they will write the automation script for the QA courses with all the tests and assertions. Then Comfort will do the one for BA, okay, write the test cases. Demola will do the one for PM. And let's see, who is the last one? Debbie. Debbie will do the one for Scrum Master. Okay, write the test cases, test scripts, or whatever, step definition, and they will push their code to the central repository. Although this individual are working on different PC, okay, it could be Mac, and they are on different locations. Maybe let's say this one is okay, they are in different parts of the world, different time zones, or whatever. Okay, maybe this person is working 12 a.m. This person may work different time zone, but they are on a different project because all their work is linked to a central repository. Okay, a central remote repo. If you see me writing repo, I mean repository. Okay, because they are all working on a code that is in this location, they can work at different times. They can take this main code will have a version called master or main. Okay, that will be the main version, but they will create what we call branches. Okay, and they can work on different copies of this master relating to their work, and they can submit their work to this code, this central repository. Okay, and it will log the time they submitted it, all the changes they did. So if they make any if they write a good code, you will see it. If the code they wrote is not good enough, you will see it. Anything they wrote on their code on their local computer, maybe they are using, you guys are doing Java, so you can use Eclipse. Maybe this person is using Eclipse, this person is using IntelliJ, and they are using Java, the same code. Okay, depending on different IDE. I can see some of you have been answering questions about IDE. So I'm happy you understand what you are using. Regardless of the tool they are using, because they pick the main copy, the master copy, and they are working on their own feature file, okay, or their own branches. When they push the code, to this main repository, we'll see it. Okay, if you go to that main repository. Now, what is the purpose of Git? I've explained it in some of the earlier description I've given you. It helps us to manage projects with repositories. A repository is like where your files or your folder system is saved. So we have the local and remote. The remote can also sometimes be described as source. Okay. So this local repository is referring to the actual laptop you are using. Okay. The actual laptop, you create a file system on it called repository where you save your IntelliJ code. Currently, if you created an automation project, you will have a folder for it. But that automation folder that you currently have is not a Git repository. Okay, it's a normal folder that you've saved it, but it's not a Git repository. Over here, the repository I'm referring is Git repository. So let me put Git here. So if you create a folder on your computer, let's see, let me go here. Okay, so this is C drive, right? And if I have, let's see, which one is this one? This is AzureRepos. So I think this is Git already. But if the repository I created is for my IntelliJ, which most of you have done because you haven't done Git. So most of your folders will be like this. But you need to create another folder that you can initialize it, or you have to initialize this repository, this folder, to be a Git repository before you use it. If you don't initialize it, it will not be able to track all the version changes that you are doing. Okay, that is what I wanted to explain. But we'll download Git and we'll go into it. So you can clone a project to work on a local copy. And I've explained local and remote to you. Remote means that it's not present on your, this is more of the server side. Let me put this into bracket and put here. So this is like as I showed you, if this is on my computer, I need to push this code to a server or a remote repository. So either I push this particular one to GitHub or Bitbucket, or I can push it to AzureRepos, any repository out there. A good example is like, you know how you have your emails, okay? Your email system is a remote server system where if you buy something, they send you an e-receipt, or if you send somebody a message through email, the person will receive it through email. But what is so fascinating about the email system is that if you have a file on your computer and you your computer crashes, you will lose your file, okay? But if that file, you send it as an attachment to your email, if you lose your email or you lose your phone or your laptop maybe refuses to work, the advantage is that because it's living on a remote repository or a remote server, all you have to do is to get another laptop or a mobile phone. So that is one of the biggest advantages of Git. At the same time, as long as you have your email system, you got a new phone, you log in, you can access your email, you can now download all those attachments or files in your email so that you can have a local copy. So we will learn about how to clone a project to work on a local copy. Control and track changes with staging and committing. Okay, now on your, let me see if I can use annotation here. On your file system is doing three things, okay? We have the working directory. We have staging. And here we have over here we have when you commit. Here we have track. This. So there are three things that are happening over here. When you initialize Git and you are making changes, it will see the changes, but it wouldn't do anything to the changes. It won't track it. Okay, just like I've created this particular file. As I'm adding all these things, it's not tracking it. But I have to track it by using certain commands as git add and things like that to track the changes. Once it's tracked the changes, you have to now save those changes. And when you are saving those changes, we say we are committing it. So you give it a file name. So you have to give it a message. Okay, message. So from here, it's like you've prepared your Git repo for it to be pushed to the server. Okay. So this is local and this is remote. So control and track changes with staging and committing. Sometimes you can add some files and decide that you don't want to you want to untrack it, and you can remove those files and delete it. So that is what it means by here. Then we have what we call branch and merge. It's a little bit of the explanation that I give here. On your local, the local will have an initial master. Okay, immediately you create, it will give this version as master, or sometimes it will call it main. The main is sometimes most people who have latest laptops, it's likely you will see main. Um, Microsoft make changes to some of how they rename their repositories. So they prefer main as master. Then the remote will also have, if this has master, this should also have master. Okay, forgive my handwriting. If it has main, make sure the remote is also main. If your local is master and the remote you are cloning is main, you will have issues. So now as I'm teaching, I'm giving you some of the issues you face so that immediately you face the issue, you don't have to bother Kwame. Your how do you call it? Mentors for your project are there, so they can help you. Yes, so you have master and master here, main or main on your remote. You can have a copy of this. Okay, it's not good to work on your main. Okay, don't go to work, and it can be an interview question, and it is sometimes an interview question. You don't work on your main. If it's only you working on it, fine, you can work on your main. But if you are working with a team of people, you create a copy of this main, okay? And when you create a copy of it, we call it branch. The idea came from how you have a tree, okay? And this is the trunk, okay? This is the main master branch, and you've taken a copy or a version of it. So the branch is like a representation that can give you the same tree when you go and plant it somewhere. So you take a branch of it, which is like a copycat of the main, then you work on it. Now, because you are working on a branch, when you push your code here to master, it will try to create an identical branch for you here. So the branch that you have here is your local branch. And the branch that you are going to have here is your remote branch. Remote branch. When it creates a local branch for you and you push it to your remote branch, you now have to merge this branch to your remote or master. Okay, so I'm using another word, merge. You have to merge it to this. And when you merge it to this, that is where it is integrating the code, okay? Because Git is also refers to as SCM, source code management. Okay, so you are kind of managing the code. You are merging this local changes. So if let me see if I can scroll up a little bit and erase this one. Over here, I mentioned, I don't know if it was Debbie. I should have put name there. If Debbie was working on QA and using PC, and she's working from Lagos and using Eclipse, and her remote branch is maybe called DB branch. Okay, let me add QA because she's working on QA. So we'll come to how naming convention works well when you are doing branching. so that if I can't remember the other names are called. Let's say if I said, are you? Ayo is working on BA branch, okay. As Debbie is working on QA branch, I wouldn't see her work because maybe I've created a master copy of this. I will only see when she has merged, when she moved the code, okay, from local and she pushes to the remote branch, I will see her work, okay. And when the, let me bring my drawing text again. When the code comes to this server, I will see her branch as DB branch QA. That will be her remote branch. Although it's a local branch, it will come there as a remote branch because it's now in GitHub. If she's using GitHub, if the company is using GitHub, if the company is using AzureRepos, and I'm also on AzureRepos, I will see her branch, her remote branch. Now she has to push, merge her code to this. This is where we would have to do what we call continuous integration, okay? If they have set up continuous integration, what she needs to do is do what we call a pull request. PR, okay, pull request. So with the pull request, she's telling everybody in her team, including the QA lead or whatever, it can be a developer or someone who understands the code, okay, that I'm ready to merge my code to master. Can you please have a look? Okay, some companies, they can set some they can set how should I put it? So privileges. They can set some privileges around it that you cannot merge unless somebody approve. At all costs, somebody has to approve. So if you are working and it's 5 p.m. and you work till 6 o'clock and most of your team members have left, you cannot merge your code. You have to wait till the next day till they come in. So they can set certain privileges that somebody has to approve all the time. So in a nutshell, that's how the branch and the merge works. So over here, I said pull the latest version to the local copy. Debbie has moved the branch, okay, has merged the branch to remote master. Now, if I pull this remote to my IntelliJ, I will have all the latest changes. So if in IntelliJ, I have feature file, we have Cucumber feature file. Okay, one feature file called BA. Okay, I'm working on BA. No, not me. Ayo is working on BA. This is the only feature file that is there. Because Debbie has finished her code and has now merged her code, if I do a pull, I will see another feature file, okay, called QA. With all her scripts, automation test scripts, and assertion and everything, anything that she did on her work, I will have exact copy of it. Okay, I will have exact copy of it. So that's where pull come in. Push, I think I've explained push. Push is when the local branch, you push to the remote branch in order to merge it. Then we have another term, fetch. You may not use it a lot. Fetch is sometimes when you want to just check the changes. So a fetch plus merge gives you, oh, okay, you can fetch just to see the changes, but you don't want to add the changes to your code yet. But if you fetch and use merge, then that means you get the latest changes. Let me erase some of this thing. Okay, so how it works, you have to first of all initialize Git on a folder, making it a repository. Git now creates a hidden folder to keep track of the changes in that folder. When a file is changed or added or deleted, it's considered modify. And when you select modify files, you have to stage it. So when a file is added, it will be in your working directory. When you make changes, you have to track it. So to track it, you use git add, then it will track the file. The stage files are committed, which prompts Git to store a permanent snapshot of the files. Git allows you to see the full history of every commit. You can revert back to the previous commit. Git does not store a separate copy of every file in every copy, but it keeps the track of the changes is made to each commit. Use cases, over 70% of developers use it all around the world. You can work anywhere in the world, and I've given you an example that currently I don't know your locations, but this was just arbitrary thing that I was just doing. But as we are all joined online right now, if we start working on, regardless of your location, once you have internet, we can cooperate and work on the same code. Okay. You can also see full history of the project. You can revert to earlier versions, just like example I gave here, that if you don't want this version and you want to revert to this version or the earlier version, you can revert to the earlier version. So operating system that works with, you can use Windows, Mac, Linux to use it. You can use a lot of IDEs. These days, what makes it easier is that a lot of IDEs have Git integrated into it already. So we will learn the hard way. we will learn the hard way. Then later on, we will learn the software. So over here we have Git. Oh, where is it? Yeah. So we have create Git repositories and get from version control, browse version history. Sometimes too, you can see it at the bottom here. All the changes as well in it if you want it. There's another, I don't know if this version that I'm using is old for the IntelliJ, but sometimes there's a new version that you see before navigate or code, you see get, and it has the pull, push, and all those things that you need to do over there. Maybe because I haven't initialized this repository, we'll see. For the remote repository, I've already mentioned, you can use AzureRepos, you can use GitHub, GitLab, and Bitbucket, but the ones we'll be using is AzureRepos and GitHub. With GitHub, you have to create one because on your CV, you want to see that you have GitHub account and at least, and also it's so important because some jobs, they might give you assignment, automation assignments, and they will temporarily create a GitHub folder, and they will give you access to that GitHub URL so that you can push your code to that repository. They will make it public or whatever, or private, and give you access to it so that you can push it there. Or sometimes they will ask you, once you finish with the assignments, make that particular repository public and give them the link. So it's important you have your own account, because right now you are automation testers and you are test engineers. So you have to do as the developers are doing. And it's not much to so many commands you have to learn. The commands I will show you will be 10 maximum. Even out of the 10, it's likely you use only 4 most of the time. So before we go to the configuration, we will go to this URL, HTTP. But to check if you have Git on your system, if you are using Mac, you go to terminal. If you are using Windows, you go to command prompt. Let me remove this drawing. There's an easy way to clear everything. Okay, good. So you type git version just to check if you have Git on your system. I'm typing, but it's not. Okay, Git. So I have Git version 2.41. So this is the latest. But if you don't have Git, it will give you a message that you don't have Git. If you don't have Git, you go to this website. I'll put in the chat as well. And I'll put in the Telegram chat. So download, it has this screen over here. It has detected that I'm using Windows. So you go to downloads. Over here you can go to documentation and you have everything to do with Git. But trust me, most of them will be irrelevant to you. You may not need it much. So if you go to documentation, we have reference manual and pro Git and Git basics as well. Get going with Git wins, quick wins with Git. So any of them will open. This is the video. Go to books. The books has what is Git? The command line, installing Git, first time using Git, Git basics, Git branching, rebasing, and most of these things which you may not even use, but we'll use the most handy ones that you always have to use as a tester. So let me go back and download. Click on download. Then over here, you can see, click here to download. Okay, version 64, it has detected I'm using version 64. But if you know the architecture version of your system, these days, most modern computer use 64, unless you are using Windows XP and Windows 7, and you go for 32 bits. But from Windows 8, most versions are 64 bits. So if you click here to download, it will download the latest version for you. And so download is an exe file. So open the file and install it. The exe.exe means that it's an executable file. So it would like to install it on your system. So once you download, try and install it. Let me see by hands if you don't have Git on your system and you are installing it. If you can put something in the chat. Okay. I can't see anyone in the chat. All right, I'll move on. I'm hoping everybody has done it. Yeah, so once you install it, it doesn't take long to install, about 2 minutes. Once you install, it will add some release notes to tell you some of the changes they've done or some of the bug fixes. You can close the release notes. When it's installed on your system, you won't see it unless you go to like control panel or you come to the command prompt, then you type git version, then you see, just like you did with Java. Remember when you were doing Java, you did something like that, Java version or something like that, and with Maven to see. So you just do the same with this, with the Git. Now, with Git, it's important to, because it's going to track changes and know the user, and if there are issues, it will send you an email. It's important you kind of, it's not like you are registering with Git, but it's a way to give you information when somebody make changes, and the person will get an email copy immediately they make changes or things like that. So you have to set up credentials. Okay, so we call it configuration. So you use Git. The configuration, you can set it global. When you set it global, that means that any person, that laptop, any changes you make, it will use that username or password to any file system or repository. But if you don't make it global, it will be only limited to the repository for that day. Okay, that repository that you are creating, but just make it global and use the same email you are using for your Azure, okay, or GitHub. If not, you will have issues and it will be hard for me to help you because I've repeated it. So for the email, use this one, git config. So this is an example. Don't write John Smith. So put your name here. Yeah, put your name in the then. So this is the global I was talking about. If you don't use global, that means that that particular repository that you are creating Git for, that is where you want to use it. Do the same with the email. So let's copy and paste. I will send this link as well. Everything I'm showing you to is on this W3 schools as well. Let's go home. So in case you miss something, you also have documentation here. As apart from here, Gitbook, this also have documentation. Let me put in the chat. Okay, so somebody has asked a question. Please ask, teaching, ask questions. So I'll be looking at, I'll try and look at the, Okay, so the person is saying, I have Git bash. What is the difference? Okay. Yeah, so the Git bash is this one that I'm using here. Okay. When this is command prompt, and when you are writing things in this nature, you are interacting with the kernels that makes the computer to work. Okay. So you are doing what we call shell scripting. So you can use Windows shell. So on Windows, we have two systems. We have Windows PowerShell. I can also do Git over here as well. So you can see here is giving the same thing that is the users, the nyanyali and whatever. I can do Git version here, but this is more colorful. So you can see it's giving me the version number. So on Windows, we can use command prompt or PowerShell. Okay, now the second question is, so Git bash is the shell one. We have Git GUI as well, which is the graphical interface. Then there are other tools, third-party tools like TortoiseGate. Sometimes I use it because it's very graphical and easy to use as well. That works over Git. Git is the like is kind of overshadowing Git, but it has a graphical interface, which I'll show it to you later. The next question is there any difference between Git and GitHub? Yes. So Git is this version control system that we are seeing that is going to save all our projects, and as commits, it will track the changes. But GitHub is the website. Okay, it's a server that saves it. It's like your email system that has all your emails. So you don't own the email, you get it. Although you have an account with email, but any email you send, actually, the email system belongs to Yahoo or Google or Microsoft, whether you are using Outlook or whatever, the email system belongs to them. They have memories or hard drives elsewhere, somewhere that they are storing, called cloud, that saves all the emails. So your email is passing through. The same way somebody has created a website as a server that saves all copies of this document, anything you want to save on your computer. So I will show you an example. Where is it? This one. So not this one. GitHub, this one. So this is GitHub. Let me go to home and see if I can. Because I've logged in, so it won't let you see how it looks like. Let me go to the website on the side. So this is the website for GitHub. Okay, let's build from here. Okay, an AI powered developer platform to build, scale, and deliver secure software. So these days, Microsoft own most of this IT stuff. They bought it about 7 years ago or something like that. So this is like an open, sorry, let's say like a database. Okay, if you've done database or understand it, so it's like a database where you are saving things remotely. Okay, so instead of saving on your computer, where if you lose your computer, you lose all the information on your computer. But because this is saving on a remote computer or server or a database, all your information will be there. You get it? Because they have replications of servers around the world. So even if one of their server system crashes, they have backup copies. You get it? So this is a safe way. The same with the Azure that you are using. So I think earlier on I went to Azure. So like this one, Azure, as you are seeing here, we have repos. This Azure repo is also like a server that is, you can create a Git repository. So you can also push your code, and most of you are using this. So we'll use this, and you can use the GitHub for your own personal projects as well. But for Blue Sky Citadel, you are going to log in into one of your Git repos, then we can use it. I hope that answers your question, Olu. Okay, so we'll continue. So the next, if you're done for the username, okay, you can make a first name, last name, then do the same with the email. So we go to the email. Okay. Let me put this two here in the chat. So if you copy and paste, it's easier. Um, yeah, so I've put two configuration messages there that you can use. So once you finish with that, hit enter and do the same for the email. So for the email, you type git config. This one like this, then you hit enter. Make sure it's the same email you use for your Azure repo. If not, you can have issues. Okay. Now, let's say we finish with the setup. Okay. Now we're going to start with our code. I'm going to save this file. Okay. This file, I'm calling it version control. I don't think I've saved it. So let me save it here. Save it. And I'm saving it on drive C. Okay. Oh no, it wouldn't allow me. Let me do it on desktop. This PC desktop. Okay. So now let's check desktop if it's the file is there. Oh. This is the file. Okay, this is the file. This file is not a Git file. Okay, if you open it, it will just give us the normal stuff that we're learning. Okay. The same with your code. I don't know if you save your code in C drive, but if I have to put this drive on C drive, I can't leave it as a file like this. I have to create a file. So I know most of you have on C drive, so we're going to go on C drive and create a folder. So let's imagine this is our new folder, git. As a file. Let me and okay, so I've copied into the C drive. Okay, this is the file. Because now I have Git, the folder is here. Okay, because your folder will normally arrange it alphabetical order. Order I created at the bottom is just gone up there. because I have Git on my system, I have to go into this folder and initialize it as Git in order to track the changes. Okay. At the moment, I'm just working on local. Okay. I haven't got to the stage of pushing it to GitHub. Okay. Just like all of you have your automation work now, but you haven't pushed your code. Okay. So be on the same page with me. So I can add another file to this. I can create maybe another file again, or pictures or whatever, and I can add it, maybe a Word document, new Word document or something like that. Then I can add it. It doesn't have to be a text file. It can be as many files as you want. Then you can add it. But let's imagine this is one file that we have. I have to open this and initialize it as a Git repository. So if your computer has this, when you right click and it gives you all these options and you don't see Git bash, go to show more options. When you go to show more options, you see Git bash here. Okay, Git bash here. Now, what you are saying is that it's giving me the name of my system, okay, and C drive, and this is the folder, Git training. Okay, Git training is the folder. If I type Git status, which is one of the commands that help us to check the status of our Git, is going to tell me that, look, this is fatal. Why? Because it's not a Git repository, or any of the parent directory is .git. You can see there's a .git at the end. Let me maximize it. So he's saying that he can't find the file, the version control file, because why? I haven't made this as a Git repository. So the fact that you've created an automation folders, or you have so many folders on your computer, doesn't mean that they are ready for version control for Git. You have to initialize it. So I'm going to initialize it. You use Git init. Okay. Now you can see that this .git has added it to the file path. Okay. It now added C:/git training git .git. So this means that it has initialized the Git the folder as a Git repository. Okay. Immediately initialize it. Now you can see master, and I told you about this master. Okay. The first, some of you may see as main. Don't worry, it's doing the same thing. It just depends when you started using it. That's just a joke. So now if I type Git status, it will show me what is there. So it's now telling me that, look, it can see that I have a file called .txt. Okay. Do I want to add the file at the moment? So currently that the file is in this folder. Where's the folder? Let me refresh it again. And go back one step. Now that the file is being initialized with Git, is now going to track any changes I make to it. Okay. When I started the training, I added few bits to the files, but I didn't see Git tracking it. Okay, I didn't have all these things. I didn't have all these things when I started the training. They were intentional. I added them, but Git didn't track it because I didn't make this file as a Git, the folder as a Git repository. So it wasn't tracking any files. But now that I've made the folder a Git repository, if I add even a full stop to it like this, it will track it. It will tell me that I've added a file because that is the whole purpose. It's trying to version everything that I made, any modifications, whether the modification is a deletion, whether it's a deletion, addition, or subtraction, it will still track it for you. So let's go back. So it's saying that, and you remember in the drawing that I did earlier on, let me see if I can do the drawing here. So I gave you this as WD working directory. Currently, I'm in the working directory. I'm going to track it, okay? Then now I'll make a file ready for committing. So here, when you are tracking, we call the stage. Let me undo it again. Stage. So we currently, because I'm in the working directory, if I haven't added the file, it will see it, but it's not ready to actually track any changes I make to it. Okay, so I have to use this command, git add, and you see less than and greater than file. That means the name of the file. If you do it this way, you have to type the name of the file exactly. Okay, you have to do it like this. Oh, 1 second. Git add. Then you have to put the name of the file. You don't have to bring the open and close greater than or less than. It's there just to tell you that you have to put a name of a file there. So you have to type the name of the file exactly like that. But doing this, you can imagine if you have a lot of files, doing this is time wasting, doing it one by one. So there's another command, git.add, okay, which you can use. Git add dot, that will add all the files that you want. Okay, it didn't even do it. Let me do it this way. Git git add. So with the git add dot or the git, I added the name of the file, but I didn't pick it up. But if you add the dots there, it means that it should add any files that is in the working directory into staging. It should start tracking it. So right now, you can see here it's in red. If I do git status, the color will change. You can see that the color has changed to green. So the color has changed to green. So from the working directory, we're here, stay, and we've moved to here. Okay. Now that we are in the staging process, it's asking us that, do you want to unstage it? So if maybe you don't want this file ready to commit it, you can unstage it. If you want to unstage it, you use git rm, which is remove. Because Git has a background in Linux, most of this RM, add, and creating directory and all those things, they come from root of Linux commands. Okay, so it's telling us that do we want to remove the file? If you want to remove the file, you type git rm dash dash cache, then the name of the file to remove it. Okay, when you are removing it, it doesn't mean that the file is being removed from the folder. It means that you are unstaging it, so it goes backwards. Okay, let me do a bit of drawing. It's going to go backwards like this. Okay, to the working directory again. If you are ready to stage it again, then you make it come to this working directory. So now that it's in the working directory, we want to save it so that we can push it to our remote repository. So Git, currently, because it's my first code, so I'm working on master, but later on I will change it to branch, then we'll work on branch. So we use git commits. So because now we are going to save the file and get it ready to be pushed to I want to say from here, did I use the correct thing? Okay, we want to move the file to here, okay, to get it ready to be pushed to the remote repository, whether it's GitHub or Azure Gate. We have to give it a message, okay? Your message should be related to the changes you've done, okay? Because my file is related to version control and it's about Git training. I'm calling it Git training, okay? Ideally, when you are saving your files, if it's to do with addition, write them in passwords like this. You can do it like this: added Chrome driver, because it's to do with automation, okay? Or maybe added page objects, or maybe added feature file. Let me call it login feature file, okay? But if it was some things that you remove, maybe the Chrome version is an old one and you remove, you can say removed, okay? The reason why you are writing in past tense is that everything is going to be history, and the people who are going to read it, they will know the changes you did in past tense. You get it? Although you are doing it in present, it will make more meaning, but this is not everybody who does it. Some people just write it anyway. But I'm showing you the better way to do it, and it makes it more meaningful to anybody reading your code. So I'm going to commit this. Now that I've committed it, it will create what we call you don't need to worry about this. It creates this deltas, okay, that tracks it. You can see C764AE. This is unique to this version, changes that I've done. Okay, all the changes I've made to this, it will record it. So if you have a lot of files and you made a lot of file changes, it will show all the insertions and things like that that you've done it. Then it creates a mode, but you don't have to worry about this. All you have to see that this commit is successful like this. So now we have committed it, or basically we've saved it, and we are going to push it to GitHub. Okay, now for your first code, pushing it to GitHub will be different. So there are different ways of doing it. Either we clone our repository and we create a local copy on our computer, then we copy the files from our local repository and put them in there, or we go online, create a repository, then we use the URL, then we use git push to push it to the URL. So there are different ways of doing it. So let's try. I don't know if you will have time to go through all of it. So let's go to GitHub. So assuming all of you have registered for GitHub, I think I'm using the, let me clear all the drawings. So let's try with the GitHub. So assuming you have GitHub account, okay, you will go to home, okay, go to home like this. So I'm showing you GitHub. You will see new over there. Click new to create a new repository. Okay. So it's saying it will check if in your repository you have similar names. Because this name is unique, it's telling me that, okay, BSc Git training August is available. So that means I can use it. Do I want to give description? It's up to you if you want to give description. But if you are working on a proper project, it's better to add a summary of what the repository is about, okay? Because you are not working for yourself. Do you want to make it public or private? If you make it public, anybody on the internet can see this repository, but you can choose who can commit to it, okay? So I can make it public, they can clone it, but they can't commit to it unless I give them permission to commit to it, because you don't want people to send virus into your into your file. Okay, so I'll leave it public now. Okay, and add a README file. So a README file is what gives us like a full description of what the project is about, what you need to do to set up the project, on how to run the code and other things. So it will sometimes have some help tips on things that maybe you have to do for the code to work. So you add a README file to it. There is it has a file name called MD Markdown version. So I've checked that box. Then it has git ignore, add git ignore template. with the git ignore template, it will have certain things like because if our code is to do with Java, let's select Java. I think I've gone too far. So in your in your situation, you are using Java, but if you are using anything to do with Microsoft and it's C#, you go to Visual Studio. Okay. So for those of you who previously did C#, you choose Visual Studio. Okay, but for Java, just use Java because most of you will be using Java. License, if you want to buy those third-party license, you don't need that. You are just using for training. You don't need those third-party license. So you create a repository. So I've created a repository now, and I've called it BSc Git Training. And this doesn't have code. All it has is README and git ignore. So the git ignore will ignore certain files that are not necessary. Or sometimes you can inform the code that when you are pushing the code, it should ignore certain things you don't want it to be on the server, because there are some code that they have certain things that are sensitive that they don't want to share in the main repository, especially some server configuration, passwords and other things. They can add them as git ignore to ignore all those things. So you can see the code, but you won't see those secrets and other things that they don't want people to see. If you want to make changes to the README file, you can go into it, you click on it. Currently, I have as BSc training. If you click on the pencil, you can add more things to it. Okay, just like a notepad. This is you can add a description. This is a training. Commit changes. So I'm saving it. Anytime you see commit, that means it's saying save it. So I've added that to it. Now I need this particular code. Let me go back to main. So over here, so you can see here, it's not showing master, it's showing main, and my code over there is showing main. So we see how it goes. Let me go to the main file. So when you go back to your main hierarchy of your folder, where you see main, the main branch, readme file, git ignore, and readme empty file. On your right side, we have local. If you want to clone to your local, you can use this methods, HTTPS, which uses URL. That means you have to work over the internet. It's like you are using hypertext protocol secured to push your code over here over the internet. You can use SSH as well, secure shell, or you can use GitHub CLI command line interface to do it. So different ways, but go for this one. That is the standard most of you will use. So if you highlight on the HTTPS, you copy the code. There's another tool you can use called GitHub Desktop. I don't use it, but it's I don't think I have it. It's trying to download it, but it does the same thing if you don't want to type the code like you are seeing me typing. The reason why I'm showing you how to do this to give you a better understanding, so that later on when you are using the user interface, it will be so easy for you.
Hi, Kwame.
Yes.
Sorry, before you go too far, I've got a question and I've been raising my hand.
Oh,
when
sorry.
creating the account,
yes.
Do we have to use this BSc or it can be anything?
It can be anything. This is Blue Sky Citadel Git training. I've called it because I'm doing
right.
training.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've put August there to remind me that it's August badge.
All right.
We are
Okay.
in the month of August. Yeah. So normally I just call it by the name when I'm training. Yeah,
All
but
right.
you can call it any name.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. But work, if you are on what project are you in? Hello?
Hi. What do you mean?
What project? What project are you in Blue Sky Citadel?
QA? Is that what you mean?
No, QA is your role.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you in like prep major or
Oh yeah, it's prep major.
prep major? Yes, so you will call yours prep major.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to make it public. I'm making it public for your training sake. But the only thing you see there is just this file. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes. So you go to code, you copy here. Okay. Let me try. So usually I will create, you can use git push to do it, but because this is master and the other one is showing me, I'm sure there will be issues. So what I will do is that usually when there's there's a remote repository like the GitHub that I've just created, or if it's this one, if it's your Azure DevOps that you are using, you clone this URL. It's empty. It's empty. Then you go to your C drive, name it as a folder, call prep major. Okay, prep major repo. So this is how I'm. Let me go to C drive. So this is C drive. This is my folder that I created as Git. Git repository. But I've gone to how do you call it? GitHub, and I've created a new repository on GitHub. So you can come here and you go to Git new. Then let me call this GitHub. Then I'll open this in Git bash. The easiest way is to use git clone, but with git clone, you have to have tortoise git, but I don't want to do that because it will confuse the team. So let's stay on git bash. Okay. So I'm in this folder. So let me use git init. So this is a new folder. So I've initialized it. It's saying git. So I'm going to use git clone. Then this is the URL. So what I've done is that you can see here the exact folder that I have up there in my GitHub. I've created a local copy on my computer. You get it? I've created a local copy on my computer. Now, all I have to do is just put that file here and I will just push it. So that is another way to do it. The other way I was telling you is that if you come to the other Git, the earlier one we were using, you can use Git push. But if you use Git push, you have to give the URL like this and you push. Sometimes it will work, sometimes it will not work, but let's give it a go. So it's telling us it's fatal. Why? Because is saying that we should set up upstream as this. Okay, so let's copy this code. Because my upstream is saying, let's put it here. Has this. Let me remove the, sometimes when you do copy and paste, it will. Okay. So if you are cloning, if you don't want to clone in your local repository and copy the files into it, you can do it this way, where you use git push -- set upstream to this URL and make a git master. So now it says git push set upstream. So it will push that version, this version control to git. So let's go and see it there. Where is it? This one. And let's go to GitHub. So when you come back to GitHub, it's saying that, look, you remember this is main, but now it says now master, because I told you that if main master and you are doing those things, sometimes it will conflict. It's saying that it can see that there's a new recent changes. Okay. What is the change? You can see it here. Version control.txt. First, and this is the message I gave it, and it's tracking the time. First git training. Okay. If I open it, you can see everything I started teaching. All the notes. I put 1.1 version, 2.1, 2.2, 3, git version, everything that I added, QA, BA, PM, Scrum Master, everything that I added to it is tracking everything. So any changes, so whether you write your code yourself or somebody wrote the code for you, when you push the changes, they will know, everybody, and it will track the time. It's saying 17 minutes ago. It will track the history, even if it was 1 year ago. And you see this delta random kind of serial thing that it gives it. It will give that commit. It will say it here. So that is one easy way to do it. The other way to do it is where I share. So I've pushed the previous code in my C drive here. Where is it? Git training. I've put this one to the server. If you are not able to do it, the other way to do it is do it this way. Create a folder, initialize that folder. You go to show more options, get bash here. Initialize this folder to be a Git repository. Okay, then you do git clone. You type the command git clone. Then you put the URL that you copied. So what we did was that we initialize it as this. Let me maximize the screen so people can see it. I created a folder called GitHub like this. It didn't have .git there. Then I initialize it as a Git repository. Okay. And I just add git clone, then the URL that I copied. Okay, from GitHub. But this will be empty because if I type git status, it will only have the README file and git ignore, git status. Yeah. 1 second. I think I've opened it at the higher folder level. So let me go back 1 step. You can change by using cat, but that's a Linux way of going to another folder. But if you don't want to do it that way, because I'm on this level, so all you can see is this folder. But I want to open Git on this level because this is where we want to add the other file that we know. And go to Tortoise Gate, Git bash. Okay. Then do Git status. Because I'm using the same file for the other project. So it's saying it's already clean. You can't see any changes because I've used it for the other file. Yes, I've used it for the other file. Now, if you are at work and you have to create a version of this master copy, you have to create what we call git branch. Then you can merge it. So I have currently only as master. Let me do git branch. The git branch will list the branches that you have, and it will put star next to the branch that you are on. Because I'm on the master branch, it's put a star there showing that I'm on the master branch. So I'm now going to create another branch. So I'm assuming I'm working with a lot of team members in my project. Then I will give my branch as Kwame automation. Okay. It's created a branch. You won't see it unless you type get branch again to list all the branches. So it's now listed that, oh, I have 2 branches. I have Kwame automation and I have master. So if I want to switch from master to automation, I either have to use git. I'll give you the commands that you need to use. But so far, I've used some commands that I will hardly use. The ones you will use is initially will be git init. When you set up your email, that's it on your laptop, unless you get a new laptop and you download Git fresh. So when you set up the user and whatever, that's it. So that Git config that we did, it will be a one-off use. Git initialize or Git init, it will also be one-off. Once you initialize the repository, that's it. Now from there, the commands you will use a lot will be either git add, commit, git commit, branch, when you need to create a new branch. If you are working on the same branch, you just stick to it. But occasionally you name a branch. Git push, git pull. And these are the things, and maybe merge. Merge, if you use the pull, you may not use merge and fetch. But these are the commands you will use a lot. And you need to understand the flow of it and be familiar with it. Even if you are using the UI, these are the ones you use. The UI, most times it will do the git add for you. So you wouldn't see git add there. Okay, all you would do is commit, create branch, push, pull. These are the 4 most widely used ones that you ever use. But if you are using it in the command prompt, there are times you may have to use a lot of commands like get diff to show the difference, and git switch or checkout, and there's rebase and other ones if you are using it. But to me, it's just tedious to learn all these commands if you are using it in the hard way. But there are some old school developers that still love it. They love the black screen. Yeah, but trust me, as long as it works, it works. So whether you are using the UI, which it will be easier for most of you to start with, or if you feel like you want to learn it this way too. But I'm teaching you this way so you understand the basics of it. And when you're asking interview, you have the full command of how to use it. So now I'm using I'm on the master. So I want to switch to my branch. So I have to use git switch or you can type git checkout. Then you have to name the branch. Most of the time, your branch should be named based on the feature you are working on. So if you are working on login, you will call it feature/login or feature/login or Kwame. Some companies and how the style they like to use their branching. So you follow what they're up to. But if not, just call it based on the user story or the feature you are working on. I think I've spelled it right. Okay. So if I hit enter, it will switch to my branch. I don't think it hasn't done it. I haven't done the spelling well. Git switch SWITCH automation. Oh, Kwame automation. So you can see here at the end, it used to be master, but now it has switched to automation. What it's now saying is that although I was working on the master copy, now is doing the same thing on a branch which has the master copy. So any changes now I do, it will not reflect on this master. Okay, it will not reflect on the master unless I merge it. The same with the branch. So currently I'm on the Git. So I'm going to make changes on the folder. Which folder? Not this one. We were in C drive, and this is what we are using, version control. Okay, let me. So I've added a new file. Okay, it's an Excel file. And I'll call it new. Okay, I'll just created one cell on it and let me save it. Now that I've saved, it hasn't tracked it. Okay, I have to do the git tracking and all that stuff to do it. And the already old file, I'm going to remove this. Okay, so what will happen is that this version of the file, when I push it to the GitHub, you will see that it will notice that I've made changes to this. So I'll remove all those things there. What else do I need to remove? Okay, let me leave the rest. So I've removed 1.1, 1.2, and let me save it as my normal work. I've saved it. So I have changes to this file, and I've added a new file, an Excel file. It can be anything. So let's go back to Git and do Git status. it's saying that, look, you can see that version control file has been modified. Then I've added a new Excel file. Automatically know that it's an XLS file and this is a text file. If it's a picture, it will know whether it's JPEG, PNG. So it's asking me, these files are on track. Do I want to track them? Okay. Do I want to add them to the staging? Okay. So you use git add, then the dot. So currently it's added it. So if I do get status, it's now gone green. It says, oh, okay, now I can see that the new files are being staged. Okay, now we are taking it to the commit level because first we were in the working directory, remember? Then we move it to the staging directory. So now we are in the staging. We are taking it to the commit to get it pushed. So all I have to do is get. So I'm showing you can see this is so simple. We added the file, make changes. We type get status. It gave us these files that we have made changes. We then type get add, then the period. Then it added those files to the staging level. Now we've staged it. We want to commit it. So we use git commit. You shouldn't forget the steps. They are so easy. Then you give the name added Excel document and made changes to version control. So I finished with it. It says, wow, now Kwame automation, this has been added to my commit messages, 2 files. Okay, 11 deletions. Even when you delete empty space, it knows what you are doing. It tracks everything that you do. So now I want to push it. Okay, I've saved it. I'm ready to push it to my git push. Git. Oh, I have to set the URL. 1 second. If I remember the URL. Let's go then copy the URL. We go back. Let me check this one. So I have to set the upstream. I can't remember the code, but once I put this, it will give me the control thing. Okay, so you type git push -- set upstream. Okay, git push set upstream to this URL. Then the name of your branch. Because initially I did it on my master branch, this time I'm working on my local local branch, but is going to set up a remote branch. Okay, so let's hit enter. So you can see that it's saying that, look, it's pushed this, okay, to this particular remote. This branch is on my local. For you to see that it's remote, let's go there. So we're going to our GitHub. Let's refresh it. So you can see the code is here, Kwame Automation. You can see the new Excel sheet that I added. This is the Excel. It's trying to open it via URL. And this is the text file that we did. Let's go back one step. This is the version control text file. You remember I had 1.1, 1.2 over there. Okay. So right now, when you look at line 2, those things are not there because this is on Kwame Automation. This is on Kwame's branch. Okay. Now this branch has not been added to the master or main. So you have to do what we call a pull request to add it to the master main. So it will ask you, do you want to create a pull request? The first one should have done it. Let's try. Yeah, usually when you click on the compare and pull requests, it should do it. But I think because on my Git, initially when we created this folder, it was seen as main. So it's not actually giving me the chance to do it. But what would have happened is that if you created it, if you push your branch or your local repository here, and it gives you option for pull requests. When you click on the pull request, it will ask you if you want to raise a PR for somebody to approve it, okay? Or if you just want to merge it. If you say you want to merge it, what will happen is that the code from here, let me do the drawing so you can see. The code from the local master, the code from here will merge to the main over here, the master here. And if a new branches come in and you raise a pull request, it will merge to this. When it's doing that, it's integrating the code. Okay, it's integrating the code, and it will check for changes to see that if there are any issues when you are merging it. If there are issues, it will tell you that the merge has failed. But if there are no issues, it will tell you the merge is successful. If the merge is successful, it gives you the options to delete the source branch. Okay, so this branch is now the remote branch or source branch. It will ask you to delete the remote branch or the source branch if you want to, or you can leave it. The advantages and disadvantages of it, I can't go through it today, but for now, just leave it there. But some companies, they will like you to remove it after some time, because there will be so many source branches, too many update that when you are looking for something, it takes forever. So usually I will prefer you leave one that you know that it will have a version of some of the code that later in the future you can revert to or not. Yeah, so any questions? I haven't checked my question board yet. I can see 2 questions hand raised. Hello. Has anybody done the automation project so far? Framework. Hello, I hope the team is not sleeping. Oh.
We are awake, Kwame.
We are not sleeping.
You were just laughing all through. I don't even know. Is it like you're making
That's
jest
how I
of
teach.
also something? I don't know.
That's how
Yeah, good evening.
I'm always a smiling person.
Kwame, you have something behind. You have something at the back of your mind. True.
Watch all my trainings. Sometimes I will be laughing. If you get opportunity, just check YouTube. That's how I teach.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Any
when I
question?
go through the video again, I'll have a question. But you said we should meet our mentors for our questions, huh?
No, if you have questions now, like you can ask. But later
I
on,
don't
if you
have
have
one
any
now.
issues, sorry, you don't have any question.
I don't have one now. Yes.
Have you done your automation?
Which of it? Is it this one you're teaching us now or
No, your framework.
IntelliJ? Yeah, I
IntelliJ.
have.
Can you share your screen?
Okay. Kwame, I think you need to stop sharing so I can share.
Okay, 1 second. Let me see if I can. Which team are you in?
Dynamite.
Hey, I'm afraid of. don't blast us.
Kwame. No worries.
Okay.
Anyways, can you see my screen now?
I can see your screen. Go to your Azure DevOps. Your team Azure DevOps. You have Git on your system, right? I haven't even asked your name. Let me check. It's
No, I don't. I am planning to do it after the class.
I want somebody because I need to ask
Yes,
somebody to
because you need
demo.
to work on it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Who has downloaded Git that can push their code to, because these things when you are teaching it, you might think people are following, but until they do it, then you see that they are lost. So I'm here to help you. So I need somebody. The person who presents, their team is lucky because you get Kwame to teach you. After the training, you won't see me.
Kwame.
Yes.
So
Yes,
I
Comfort.
put in Git version version. And it says I have version 2.37.1. Is that what you want? Does that mean I have it?
Yeah, you have it. You have it.
Okay.
Okay. So what team are you in? if you can go to, because I want you to follow the process that we just did now, so that you can push your automation code to Azure DevOps. You can push it later on. You can create a version on another folder in your C drive. Then you can push it into GitHub for your own learning. But for your team, I need someone who has Git, who has done a little bit of the framework. Then they can push the code. Make sure your code is working, because if your code is failing,
I don't know about that. What do you want me to share?
Share your screen so that we can see your IntelliJ, the code you've done.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe so far you have done a little bit of automation framework. Okay, so you have test project and Blue Sky Citadel.
Yeah.
Open one of them. Let's see. Which one do you believe the code looks good? I can't see your screen anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think you were not sharing the main windows. Maybe we're sharing a particular page. So choose the screen 1 if it asks you to share.
Screen 1, which is desktop. Okay. Can you see?
Yes, now we can see it. Your code is so good.
Okay.
I don't know why people don't want to share their screen. If they are not sharing like that, that means they haven't done their work. I'm going to tell Oi that the next time she takes a class, she makes sure everybody is sharing their work. Okay. So your code, if you run it, it will run, right? It will pass.
I don't know what code.
That's your automation code. Anything you've written here in IntelliJ is your code.
Okay. Yes. Yes. I think everything is okay.
So you know how to run it?
No.
Hey.
No, we've just been showed how to.
You guys are going to make me laugh today. You see, somebody was asking Kwame, is that how you laugh?
We've just been showed how to install. And we've not even finished installation because we stopped last week, I think Thursday, when Oyin got to a stage and she couldn't go ahead. So she said she will speak to other QA mentors. So I don't think we've even finished.
Okay. I think it should navigate to automation form. Go to features and right click on the feature file.
Features.
Open it. No, hold on. There's arrow next to it. Yeah, so registration feature, right click on it. So go down, you see run and debug. Choose run in the middle.
Oh, okay. That.
Yeah, so that's how you run your code or execute it.
All right.
Let's run it. Let's see.
Okay, she did show.
It's building. So once it finish, yes, so now it's going to run. Given a navigate to website, it says it's undefined.
Yes, so this is where we got to, and as we're showing this, and she didn't know why it was showing this.
Okay.
So this is where we stopped.
Click on your feature file. The registration of feature, double click on it.
This double click on
it. Yes. Okay. Go to your the previous page that you were there, the step definition.
Step definition, step def, this one.
Yes. Click the registration step def, the next one. Yes. Um, it's not, the issue is, I think the issue even is before the steps.
All right.
Yeah, I think the registration step the first one, line 14, is not initializing the Chrome driver at all, because Chrome is not opening at all. Or does it open on your one of your like on your laptop?
I don't know.
When you run it, it doesn't open at all. Okay, users comfort idea projects. I wish you can maximize the screen.
Okay, let me do that. Yeah.
Do you know the Chrome version on your system?
We did check. Do you want me to check that again? I wrote it down actually. Okay.
And do you know which one you downloaded?
Yes, I do. It's 114.
Okay.
0.0.5735.
114.
Yeah,
check,
114.
Check the one on your computer.
On this or
no, minimize IntelliJ and go to Chrome driver. Your Chrome. If you have Chrome on your computer, go to About Us.
So this is what we did. Went to help.
Yeah, About Chrome. Yeah. I'm sure it's 114. Okay, it matches.
114.0. Yeah.
Okay. Because some systems have gone to 115. So I was thinking maybe on your system is 115 and you guys have 114.
No.
Okay.
No, it's 114.
All right. Okay, we're going to push this code anyway to get your Git. Go to the folder level. We're going to initialize this.
Okay, where is that?
Now minimize this.
Minimize
this. IntelliJ. And do you know where you saved your project?
It's saved under idea project.
But is it in C drive? Because sometimes it's not in C drive. You go to users. Oh, you use Mac. You give me a headache. Oh, I'm not a Mac person. You have to go to OE. You give me a headache. Oh, don't worry. You go because I don't know the Mac file systems.
Okay.
You guys want me to buy Mac and you don't want to buy one for me. How can I teach you from Mac?
What do I do? What do I do? Okay, this. No, it's not.
Mac system will confuse me, honestly.
Comfort, can you remember the part when we started, you know, like
yeah, that's what I'm trying to remember.
The part is in line 14.
Yeah.
Check line 14 again. Minimize this. Yes.
Minimize that.
Check line 15. So it's under
15.
users comfort idea projects.
Yeah.
Yes. So go there. You know where to go to users comfort. You see idea projects. That's where it is.
I don't even know myself. I saw it a few days ago, but I can't remember where.
Go to documents. Let's see.
There's nothing in my documents.
It's not nothing. Go to applications. No, it's not there. Users.
Okay, let's type it in and see. Okay, here.
Okay, idea project. Okay, good. Okay, so the one we are using is test project.
SRC?
Go back one step.
Okay.
Okay. Later on, if you can, like create a copy of this folder, test projects. Okay. Because what we are going to use, we're just going to push the code to Azure repository. So right click if you can copy and put in somewhere like your document folder later on. So you have a complete version in case something happens to what we are going to do.
Oh.
So copy.
Where's copy? Okay.
Go down.
Copy.
And go and paste it in the document, your document. So what IntelliJ has done is like Visual Studio. When you download IntelliJ, it will create a folder under IntelliJ projects so that all your projects under IntelliJ will go there, but it's not ideal. You can see your file path is too long. So ideally, you create a drive, whether drive C, drive D, or whatever, or a particular folder where you know you can just create a path that is not too long. Okay, so you can leave this now. Let's go back to test project. Now right click and go to test project.
Open it?
Yes, open it, please.
Okay.
Then right click and let's do git bash here.
Right click on what? Sorry.
Any space. I don't know if Mark does that, but let's try. Yeah.
Oh, right click on any space. Okay.
It doesn't give git.
No.
It doesn't give git options. I don't
What
know.
about showing more options?
Here, if you look here, it says I have that Git version. Isn't it?
Yeah, you have Git version, but we want to initialize this folder. So we want to go to Git bash. We want to go to Git bash from this folder. But if it was Windows and you right click like this, it will give you option of Git bash. You know, initially I did it this evening. So if you click Git bash, it will open the terminal for this. Okay, you know how to go to terminal.
Yeah. This is my terminal. Yeah.
This is your terminal. Okay, type CD I think space.
Space.
I don't know where the folder is, but we want to go to the directory. Before we go to test project directory, we need to give the path. So let me look at your users. Go to line 15. Let's copy the path. Copy from users, comfort, idea project, test project.
Okay.
Can you copy line 15? See line 15? Yes. / from the / yes, to test, not everything, just to test projects.
Okay, to test project. With the / or without?
Without / and copy, and let's go to terminal.
Paste it?
Yeah, paste it there. Let's see. And hit enter. Okay, now do get status. Get status.
Okay.
GIT.
Oh, JIT.
Yes. Dash space, sorry, status. Okay, so now do get init. That space INIT.
INIT. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, enter.
Yes. Okay, now do
So it's
yes, so it's now initialize it. So do get status again. Space status. So now we can see all the files. Do me a favor, the text looks so small for us, so maximize your terminal so we can see everything. And I don't know if it's Command+ to make the text bigger. Yeah, do it again. Command+ again. Do it again. Yeah, keep doing it so that at least it is very eligible for us to read. I think this should be fine. Now, at the bottom where it says we haven't tracked this file, remember what we have to do. Use get add. So at the get add, then dot or period.
Oh, it is space add.
Get space add, yes, then dot.
Dot.
What I'm showing you, you can also do it in IntelliJ. You don't have to open the terminal from here.
All right.
But I will show you later. So type get add. I can't see what you are typing.
You can't?
No, I think when you maximize the screen, it's gone too big that we can't see at the bottom. Now we can see it. Yeah. So Comfort, I didn't know you can laugh more than me. Hey.
I think it's contagious.
I didn't know. Hit enter. Let's see. After the get add, leave space before the dot. Get
Leave space. No.
Add.
Add.
Then space.
And space before
then dot. Yes. Okay, now do git status just for us to check that everything has been added. So it should change from color red to green. So you can see all these files have been added. So we're going to do git commit.
Space.
Yeah, space.
Commit.
Then space
Space.
-m.
Space.
No space.
Oh.
Add m. Then space.
Space.
Double quotes.
Like that.
Yes. Then write
Write what? M.
BDD.
Oh, EDD.
No, you wrote EDD. BDD
B.
automation.
Oh, B.
Yeah. DD space automation.
Yeah.
Space setup. Then double quotes. Hit enter. Nice. So we have now saved it. We are going to push it. So as I told you, there are two ways. Either you push it directly using the upstream command. So let's go to Azure repo. And go to your project Azure.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Do you want me to can you see it? Can you
yes.
Okay.
Your team is Twilight.
Yes.
Hey, why Dynamite Twilight? Hey, you guys are strange. Okay. We'll see. Go to repos. Go down, you see repos. Repos.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So in your case, we are using Azure to do it.
Okay.
Go to files. But what I showed earlier on, we were using GitHub. Okay, so the other copy that you did, later on, you can push it to GitHub. You can watch the video and put it to GitHub. So over here, he's saying that when you come to your team, Twilight team, you guys don't have any repository at all. This is the initial, every project on Git. Immediately you create a project team, it will create it as an initial Git repo. So at the top, you can see we have Twilight team, repos, files, and Twilight team again.
Yeah.
There's a small red mark next to it. That means that that particular symbol is saying that that Twilight team is a Git repository.
Okay.
Okay. If you want to create more repository, you click on the arrow drop down. Yes. Oh, it's not giving us. Usually when you click on the arrow drop down, you get the options to create it. Another one, I think maybe you have to go to files, go back to files. Then one, no. Next to Twilight team, there's files. No, not that way. Yes, let me see. Have you clicked on it? Or click on repos, the one next to it. No, backwards, yeah, repos. Why it's not? Yeah, what I wanted to show is not giving us, but I think maybe after we create this, it will do it. But sometimes you can create extra repositories, but if you are an automation team, you don't need extra repositories. Most times you need one. So if you are doing maybe API automation, then you create another one for API automation. But at least your repository, make it known to the team that is test automation. Because if you make it Twilight team, it's too broad. So if I'm working for BBC, I can't make my automation BBC because developers will make a lot of repositories. So ideally, you should name your repository based on what work you are doing. You get it?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. So I wanted to do that, but I can't see why I can't find the options to do it. Okay, so it says clone this to your computer. We don't want that. It says push an existing repository from command line. Okay, let's use the second one.
Okay, this.
Yes.
Okay.
No, wait, I can't see your mouse.
This.
Yeah, so there's a copy next to it.
Copy this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, copy it. And let's go back to our code.
That's on IntelliJ.
No, the terminal.
Terminal. Okay.
Then write git push.
Space.
Yeah, space, then push.
Yeah.
Then space again.
Yeah.
Then copy the URL that you
Paste.
copied, paste it. Yeah. Can you expand this to the left so I can drag it, or yeah. Expand the width like horizontally so I can read in a long sentence. Yes, if you can. Okay, it says git push remote origin. Okay. Yeah, it didn't do it. It didn't do it. It didn't do it. Go back to repos again. Yeah.
This.
Yes. And click on the Twilight team at the top. Yes. Where it says Twilight team, hover over it and see if it will give you option to create a new repo. Right click, let's see if it gives you option to create. No, it doesn't. Okay, copy the first repository. The first one that says clone to your computer. I didn't want to use that one, but it looks like we have to use it.
Copy.
Yes. Hey, even this one, I don't know. Because you guys, you don't have the C drive. Yeah, unless we go to another folder to do it. But a repository. Let's see. Type git push again.
Space. Space again.
Oh, no. I think there's git push already there.
No, I've just put the git push, this one.
No, remove it. And space. Put the URL that we just copied.
Enter.
Yes. Let me see. No, it didn't work. Get push space dash dash set set space dash no like no space dash and then upstream.
Upstream.
Yes, upstream and then space, then put the current and the URL that we copied. Yeah.
Enter.
Yes. Oh dear.
Look at this.
Copy above it, everything that was there. Git push from there. Yes. From Git to main. Yes. And paste it again. And hit enter. Push.
Push. Do you want me to write push?
No.
Okay.
It's not working.
Okay.
It's not working. We have to clone the repository to a drive and copy everything inside and push it.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if the email you use is matching, because sometimes if the email or authentication is not correct, it won't allow you to push. But I can only know if because it's saying what password for Blue Sky.
Where's the email showing? There's no email showing here.
Yeah, it will not show email.
Okay.
It will not show email, but sometimes if your email doesn't match and your username and credential doesn't match, it won't allow you to log in and push the code, because it's saying password for HTTP Blue Sky Citadel team.dev azure.com. It's not working. Okay. Do you have GitHub?
No.
You don't have GitHub. We could have pushed to GitHub.
How do I get that?
You go to github.com, then you register.
Oh, okay. The one you
Yeah.
just showed us.
Yes. So make sure the email you set up for your computer is the same email you use, so that it will match, because it will exchange password and things like that. So it makes it easy to do it. The upstream should have worked.
Okay. Even though the email I have on my computer is different from the email I have for Blue Sky.
Yeah, sometimes it can cause issues.
Okay, so which one should I use?
Use the email you've used for Blue Sky.
For Blue Sky.
Yes.
Okay, but you're saying I should use the one for the computer again.
No, if you go to GitHub, I was saying earlier on that if you go to GitHub, set up a new account, make sure the email you use for GitHub accounts is the same email you set as global when you were doing the Git.
Okay.
Or if you go to Blue Sky Citadel and the email that you use for Blue Sky Citadel to log in matches the email you also set up, you wouldn't have issues. But if it's different, sometimes you can see it's saying that it needs, you can see there's a key symbol there.
Yeah. Do you want
Yeah.
me to set up the
The gate,
GitHub?
have you
Yes,
set
no.
it up?
No, I'm just asking if you want me to.
Oh, okay. I thought you've already set up already.
No.
Okay, try and see if you can do git config.
GitHub.
Oh, you want to go to GitHub? Okay.
Oh, wait, sorry. What were you saying?
I thought you said Git itself on your computer. You haven't set up the configuration email and your name. But I didn't know you mean you are going to GitHub to sign up. You can go to GitHub and sign up.
No, which one do you want me to do?
Any of them is fine. GitHub is fine.
And that will be the first one. Yes.
While she's doing her account, any question from the team?
Password.
Or if somebody wants to share their screen, so we try with them as well.
Yeah.
Hello. Unless people have logged on and they are sleeping.
Pretty much here.
Yeah. Can anybody share their code while she's also setting up? Let me see.
Yeah. Should
Yeah.
I unshare?
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. I
Good
don't know why
evening.
the teams are not ready to share
Good
their
evening.
screen. Hey, you guys, you are fortunate too. Don't
Good
wait till
evening.
I'm sleeping, then you tell me, I'm stuck. Oh. Good evening.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes, what do you have for us? Can you share your code? Let's see what we can do.
I'm so sorry. I'm just stuck up here. I don't know what to do from here. I was still trying to read how to set up my feature file. I'm having issue to set up my feature file and my page object. Yes.
I think the whole team is on your at your stage, because it looks like a lot of people are lost. Share your screen. Let me see.
I just shared my screen now.
No, we are not seeing your screen. So if Comfort, you can stop sharing your screen.
Yeah.
Can anybody see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what's the issue?
So I've inputted my test ng
Yes,
and my test runner,
yes,
and this is my POM.
excellent.
So this is where I am. I don't know how to set up my feature file, the page object. Yes.
No, I don't think you guys have done page object.
Is
From
it,
comfort code, I didn't see page object in it. I just saw step definition at the
oh,
moment.
sorry.
Yes.
I think I saw that if through your own code.
My code now is not be your code now.
Yes, yes. So I'm wondering where I'm lost.
I'm not following you guys. So yeah, so it's different what Oyin and the two Oyins are teaching, because they are teaching how to set up. Mine is different. So don't use mine as an example. Yeah, so I think you have to set up feature file, and I don't know what you guys are automating, but from comfort one, it looks like you guys are automating an automation form website, an automation form to input in some information, because I on a feature file I saw about 8 lines over there. So that's what you need to do. So you may have to watch the video, because I don't know exactly what the file is that they shared with you. But what I can say is that the way you set up your resources is not right. So yeah, your resources folder. Yeah. So go to Java, go to test folder, right click it, right click it. Then choose test resources route. No. Mark directory as test resources route.
Okay.
Yes. You haven't done it correctly. Do it again. Right
Yes.
click on yes. Right click, go to mark directory as test resources. Choose the one that says test resources route. Where are you
I'm
going?
sorry.
Hey. Go to mark directory as. Then you can see options on your right. Choose the third one. Go down.
Okay.
Good.
Test.
Resources route. You see why I want you guys to share your screen? Because if you think you watch video, it will take you forever. So if somebody is asking you to share your screen and you can do it this way, it's better you do it that way. So sorry, undo it again. Go to go back to hold on, go back to um go to file at the top, file edit. We want to view. I want to undo what we just did. I wanted us to do it on the resources folder. I don't think it will allow us to do it. No. Am I not seeing undo? Give me 1 second. Let me see on IntelliJ file. Yeah, go to edit at the top. Edit file. Edit. Can you see undo?
Yes.
Undo. Yes. Undo it. Undo. Click. Go to edit again.
There's no more undo there.
There's no more undo. Okay. Go to redo again. Redo, create directory. What I wanted us to do, we wanted to do it on the resource folder. So right click on the resource folder again. Yes. Then go to test resource root. Good. So I wanted this thing, that's small symbol that is showing on the resources to show there. Now right click on it. Then go to new. And choose file. Call it automation form. I think that's what you guys were doing, isn't it?
Remind us what
Your line is breaking, or is it from my side? Automation form.
And there's no H in automation.
Make it one word there. Don't leave space. Yeah. And dot feature. Yeah, hit enter. So you now have a feature file. So ideally, what you do is that because they are teaching an example on how to fill an automation form, you have to get the same feature file. So Comfort, if you can copy your feature file and put in the chat, that will be easier for her to generate into step definition, for him to generate in step definition. But at work or most of your projects, what you do is that you go to your Azure DevOps and you'll be assigned tickets or work items or PBI or user stories. So your user story will have a title, a feature title that you want to use as your feature. Okay.
What do you want me to do?
Sorry, Kwame.
Yes.
Question. Thanks. So for the project now, is it possible for them to upload their project into Azure repository so that they can clone, everyone can have it, or we are not there yet?
We tried with Comfort, but unfortunately, there's a password issue, so it couldn't. So
Password to Azure or to GitHub, which one?
I think to Azure or GitHub. Comfort, if you can share your screen. We're almost there. That's where we got stuck. Or we can try with this particular code as well. But I think it will be slow because with Comfort, we've almost gone that far.
Yeah, let's use the one that is already far up anyway,
yeah,
so that they can clone it. I think you need to stop sharing so that Comfort can share, if that's okay. But maybe we'll come back to you anyway.
Yeah, so Comfort is using Mac. I'm not familiar with Mac that much. Yeah, so we are using the terminal to do it. So
okay.
What we did was we used git push set upstream to HTTP Blue Sky Citadel, and she's in a team called Twilight, and you're supposed to go to main. And we got this message saying password for Blue Sky Citadel, the last line. And so that is where we got stuck.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah,
So I told her the other option was for us to clone, but because I'm used to Windows, I can only clone to like C drive, but the Mac looks so, it's just giving me.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can clone
that's
the
fine.
repository and we can copy the files of her project, because her project, she's far advanced. So we can just copy those into the clone version and just push it. That will be another way. That should be. But if the password is an issue, it will still come up again.
Okay, all right, that's fine. So yeah, I used Mac at work. It was terrible when I first started as well. So I nearly wanted to run away, but that's fine. So let's use that approach, because with this, I think it should ask you for the username first. Maybe it has asked you and it's not asking for password.
Okay.
So can you press enter?
Like here, enter.
Yes. Okay. All right. Now, can you do it again? Let's see.
Enter again.
No. Git push. If you
copy,
press your up arrow, I think it's going to.
up arrows. Yeah.
Yeah.
So remove what you've done so far and use the up arrow. It will bring what we wrote earlier on.
That's it.
Yes. Yeah. So hit enter. Yes. Come back with the password again.
Okay. I think I get what you. Okay. Can you press enter? Okay. Just say git push. Okay. Don't set the stream. I think it's going to ask you to set the stream. Enter. Okay. Now it's telling you. Okay.
We should use git
Okay.
remote add, then the name and the
Yes.
URL. Then later
Okay.
we use
Yes.
git push.
Exactly. So, I'm going to assume that your code is stored in this location. Project comfort project, isn't it? Is that where it's stored?
It's under comfort IntelliJ IDEA / test project.
Is it? Okay. On IntelliJ. Okay, this one. Yeah.
Not really. Okay. Okay.
So, and comfort IntelliJ projects, then test project.
Okay. All right. So can you go back to the terminal? Can you do cd dot
CD dot.
enter? No, sorry, cd then space dot enter. Okay, now can you type dir? Enter. ls, sorry.
ls.
Yes.
Enter.
We'll list 2 projects. So
Okay.
The one we are in is the test project.
Is the test project? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now do cd space capital T, then press tab.
Press what?
Tab, your tab key.
Which is enter, isn't it?
No.
It will put the name test project. It's a short way of
the tab
getting
key.
the name.
TAB. Okay. No.
Oh,
CD. Space capital T, then tab key. TAB. Tab. Hold on. Let me see.
It's above the caps lock on a command.
On your window.
on your on your Mac.
On
where
the
you have your
mark, on the mark, yeah, on the mark is on the top of your cap lock. Yeah, it's also on the mark.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, caps lock.
on the cap locks. Yeah, the arrow that points to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Press enter. Yeah, that's it. Okay. All right, good. So this is where it is. Yeah. So now do git status.
Space. Status.
Space status. Yeah. Enter. Okay, said nothing to comment, which is good.
Yeah, we've done all those stuff.
Okay, all right, brilliant.
We've
Okay,
initialized it, we've added the files, and we've committed it.
you committed. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you now do git push now.
The push is where we're having the issue.
Enter.
Yes. So I think it's saying, okay, all right. Let's use this way, right? So go, can you open Azure DevOps for me, please?
Deji, you know the Azure DevOps, sometimes you can create a repository, but I'm not seeing it there.
They should be able to, yeah.
Yeah. Go to repos. So I was hoping we can create a, instead of using the Twilight, she will create an automation repo there so that we can clone it. Yeah, but unfortunately.
She needs to be on the tester account. She's on a personal account, so she won't be able to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yo, click on that. Let's see.
File?
Yeah, repository.
Yeah, I'm here. Do I click on file?
Click.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is it. Is still able to write.
Yeah.
So you're still able to. So because now you're showing that you've got an empty repository, even with all you just need to do is to copy, clone, right? Copy that.
Which is this one?
Copy what you have on the left. Yeah, click on that. Yeah.
On the first one.
Yeah.
Copy. Okay.
So go to your terminal.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's create a new repo, a new what's it
directory
called? Folder directory, right?
Okay.
Can you open a new directory? Go to the find folder. Yeah.
By
go to your finder. Go to your finder.
Where she is, she can go back and okay.
Yeah, this is visible. So go back. Yeah. So for those guys that are using Windows would appreciate this one anyway. Okay. So right click and create a new folder in there. And then let's call it what
Twilight. Their project is Twilight.
Yeah. Call it Twilight. Just rename, type it over it.
Twilight automation. Make it one word there.
Oh, one word.
Like Kwame said, for anything that you do in automation, one word. Even if you want to write your name going forward in automation, it's one word. You won't get it wrong, to be honest, but you might get it a bit wrong in some area. But as a rule of thumb, first one word, everything, right? And
do you want the A to be in small letter or?
Yeah, this is how you should be doing it. It's common case. Yeah, every word will start with capital letter. Okay, press enter. Okay, which is brilliant. Then go back to your terminal. Then do cd space
dot.
Enter. Okay. Now do CD now.
CD.
Space.
Space.
T, capital T.
Capital T.
W.
W.
Tab.
Tab.
Yes. Then because with tab it helps you complete everything. That's press enter. Okay. Then you cannot do git clone.
Together.
Yes. No, sorry, not together. Then space. Then paste what you've copied.
Enter.
Yeah, press enter. Okay.
The password thing again.
So, okay, all right. I think another thing, password, if
Let
it's
her
asking for
change
the
to
password.
the like Abimbola was saying, to the tester account. Let's see, and clone it that way.
Okay.
Because I think it's just not working with the
No.
Comfort.
Yes.
Can you log in the Azure DevOps as a tester account?
How do I do that?
When you're you haven't written any test case. Because when you are writing test cases, you have to log in with the tester account to do that.
Just under your account there, you're seeing Comfort. Right click on it, then it will come, or click on yes, you see sign out, and you now sign in with the tester account.
I don't have a tester account.
Comfort. You've not been doing enough.
She's always in the kitchen. She didn't sign up for the classes.
There's someone to give you from your group if you don't have it at the moment.
This is the third sprint. Can someone send it to her, please?
Emmanuel, are you there?
Call a friend.
No, because I think he's still awake. Anyone?
How many QAs are in your group?
Okay, I'm checking Comfort.
Okay. Any other QA? You can send it to the guy, please.
Oh, Kwame, the password, you can get it from the Azure token, right? I think that's what it's asking for.
When you set up part.
Yeah, on the
personal access token.
Yeah, personal access token. Yeah. Can someone send the password? I think every QA should know the password anyway.
But we are not in the same team.
No, it's the same for everything, so it's not different. Okay, thank you, Dorcas.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't sign out because I'm having problem with my signing. That's why I've left it on ever since the first day. So
these are issues that you need to fix in the sprint 1. Any login issues, you let your Scrum Master know and all those things. So that's why you have your stand up. So they sort and help you with these things.
I've sent the password to the chat.
Okay. No. What chat? Okay, here.
Yes.
All right.
I think the other teams need to follow this approach as well. So you need to create a repository for your team as well. So I would advise you to kind of follow up on this. That's what
Yeah,
going
yes,
on.
that's what I'm trying to do right now, but
Okay.
I don't know if I can share my screen because I'm on the testers board.
Okay. All right. Yeah, please. If
Okay,
you
I'll stop sharing.
and also you got your code created, right?
Not everything. I was the one that just shared.
Okay.
So I've created a new file under my project file.
Okay. I know that Kwame will love you because you are using
You've come home.
Windows.
The last time I was on Star Trek. Comfort. If you have any Mac, Oyin will be best to help you. If you have Java issues.
I know.
Who is sharing the screen? Emmanuel. Sorry, I didn't hear your name. Why are you in the program files?
That's purchase.
Emmanuel, do you have Git? I don't I don't know if you can hear me. Hello?
Hello?
Emmanuel, do you have Git? Have you
No.
downloaded Git?
No.
You have to download Git before we can start. The URL is in the chat, the Git download URL, if you can copy. Not GitHub, we're going to Git. You have to have Git on your system so that you can start the version control. GitHub is the repository, just like the Azure DevOps, that you can push the code. But in order to use Git clone and all those things, you need the Git. Yeah, go to Git downloads. Downloads. Yeah. Then download for Windows. Yeah, click on that one. Click here to download. Click next. Next.
I've tried downloading it before.
Did you install it? Go to
No, I didn't install. I was about to ask if I'm going to follow all the next. So that's the reason why I just stopped and not continue with it.
Okay. Okay, so everyone on call, if you haven't downloaded it, this is how you have to download on the system. And we'll ask you some questions. Do you want to launch Git bash, things like that? You can close this. Now go to your search bar on Windows and type CMD. Yeah, go and choose the command prompt.
Yeah, I have it here already.
You have it already.
Yes.
And you made us to download this.
No. Like the command prompt is already in my shortcut here.
Okay, do git version. Let's see if everything is installed. Git dash git space. Type git, then space dash version. Okay, you have it. Let's set up with the git config. There's a code in there in the meeting chat. Your username, git config. In the chat, we have the code you need to put in the git config -- global user.email, and you put your email. Emmanuel. Hello. In the meeting chat, the code that you need to type is there. Just copy it. Git config. If not, then type it after the greater than arrow.
An arrow. I don't understand what you're trying to say, please. I cannot find it in the chat here. Are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, I can't find it in the chat here.
Type git space config space. No.
Oh.
space dash dash global dash user dot. Oh, before global, don't put dash there. Before user, before the user. No, not there. After global, sorry. Dash dash, put dash dash before global. Then yeah, space, leave space. Space user after global, get space config space dash dash global dot name space quote double quotes. Double quote is where you have two, so hold the shift key and two. Hold the shift key.
Okay. This?
No, double quotes. You know when you are doing double quotes. You know we have
Okay. Sorry. No.
If it's not there, then mean
Okay, I've seen it.
okay.
I've seen
Then
it.
put your name. You can put your first name and last name or just okay. Hit enter. Do you get config?
Config.
Get config again. Space dash dash. Global user email.
No dot.
Dot email. Then space double quotes. Then your email. Hope this is the same email you will use for your Azure GitHub later
Yes.
on. Okay. And Blue Sky also
Yes.
have it. Okay, fine. Hit enter. Okay. Now, now there are two ways. Either we push the code straight to we initialize that repository, add the files, commit them and push them, or we go and clone the URL. Okay. And we copy all the files in. So let's try the other way, the second way. Let's go to Azure DevOps. Then Dynamite Scrum, yeah, copy it and go to your C drive. You can do it from command prompt, but let's go to C drive itself. You can make it, you can make directory mkdir then, but it's to this is not D drive, a C drive here in your downloads. Goes to yes and create a folder here and call it Dynamite test, one word, capital T, test automation repo. Okay. Now open this folder. So this folder that you've created, it doesn't have anything there. Okay. It's just an empty Git, and create right click and go to Git bash from here. So the other Git bash that you open in the command prompt, you can close it. Go to show more options. Git bash here, yes. Expand this black screen and make it bold or bigger. And use Control+ to make the text bigger. Can you do it more again so we can see? Control+. Okay, now do git clone. Space. And paste the URL. Hit enter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's cloning. Let's see if it's cloned. As it's cloning, it will try exchange keys with your password to check everything is okay. If you don't have issues, and that's great. Usually it shouldn't take long. Yes.
There should be a pop-up on your screen. Checks anywhere. There should be a pop-up to enter username and password. Minimize that one as well. Minimize the terminal. Yes. Can you see?
Yeah, so now sign in.
Yes, is another account. Yeah, put the admin.
My own.
No, you put the tester account, please.
I thought it's a tester account.
Yeah, I said tester account.
That's not a tester account.
No. Or you should have clicked back, not cancel.
Oh, shit.
Can you click on cancel, please? . Press enter. And then do it again.
Okay.
Press up arrow. Press up arrow on your keyboard.
Up arrow.
Up arrow on your key. Okay.
So some of the commands, if you want to repeat it, because you've already typed it, if you use the arrow keys, it will bring back those commands you've already typed. So Deji was telling you to use the arrow keys so that git clone that you initially type will bring back.
Okay.
You get it? Yes.
Okay. Minimize that screen.
Yes.
Let's go to the password because it's waiting for the authentication. I think it's tester1 at Blue Sky.
Tester account.
Okay.
It's in the chat.
So I'm trying to let's wait. Let's see what's it brings.
The line is breaking. Is it from my side? Emmanuel, all I heard is you were trying. I didn't hear the rest of.
I think it's my system.
Has it allowed you to log in?
No.
Can you bring the terminal up, please? Minimize it. What's happening at the bottom, at the back? Minimize.
I don't know what's going on.
I think it's trying to sign in, but it's not able.
Can you move it away? Let's see if there's something at the back. Okay. So you only enter the username. Did you put the password?
No, I only entered the username.
It didn't even
It has not
show.
allowed me to enter the
Yeah,
password.
it didn't show option for password.
Okay.
Immediately he put in the username, then this thing came up. So
Okay.
it's not finished checking whether the user is authenticated or not. So we haven't got the option for password.
Close the screen? Okay, can you put the password now? Go to the terminal. Okay. Can you go to AzureRepos for me, please? Okay. Go to the T where you have the profile. The user profile on the T on the right hand side. Okay. So I think see that be the icon before that. You see that small icon that looks like a little person beside the T. Yeah, click on that. Then personal access token, click on that, please. It's 8/9/2023. Okay, expired on. Okay, can you click on new token? Okay. So say git access. Okay. Then go back and say full access.
What?
Scope, full access. Okay. So then hold on. So expiry date, can you expand that? You can put custom defined and put a year there. So let's just change that to 2014. No, just click on the down. Yeah, and then click on July. Click on July. Then click on the July 30th. Okay, then create. Okay, copy the token at the top. Okay, so then go back again to the repository. So to the terminal. Okay, click on arrow up, your keyboard arrow up, and then press enter. Okay. Okay, minimize all the screens. It's which one is your default browser? Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. So can you click on the other one? The other Chrome. Yeah. Okay. Close this one, please. Okay. Which one is get credentials? Okay, I think it's coming up.
So it stopped. You understand? So
I don't know why it's not really working for you. So you should actually bring username and password for you to enter. So close that. So paste what you copied into this one. Is that what you, is that? Can you paste it at the top for just to be sure?
okay.
Paste it on the URL. Okay, all right. Go back to the password. Okay, remove everything and paste it. Okay. Okay, go back. To the terminal.
I press enter.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. I don't know. Okay, all right. So we have to do this again. Hold on. Maybe some of the mentors can try on their end. Let me also try and see. Because
before we leave, remove this type git status. Let me see something. Remove the URL git clone.
I should remove the URL.
Yes, because it's saying if it appeared you have cloned an empty repository. So let me see if it went through. Remove the whole URL and just type git status.
okay, which actually makes sense,
Yeah.
isn't it? Because
Use backspace to delete it. Backspace if you are not able to.
It's not deleting.
Use backspace. Yeah, just remove everything. And remove clone and type git status. It looks like you may have done ST and hit enter. Okay, it looks like it may have done it.
okay, you can do dir. Do dir just to see the next.
Let's see.
dir, not git. Press enter. So then do, I think it's there, right? Because this is it. So do git. No, sorry. CD space capital D.
I think it's there.
Yeah, it's
because the folder we created was Dynamite Test Automation Repo. But now the Git that we cloned was Dynamite Scrum 2023. Yeah.
Press tab. Enter.
Okay.
So yeah, it's already cloned.
Yeah, so now the steps will be to initialize this as Git because it says it's not a Git repository. Then you can copy the files in here, then we push it. Okay, so type Git init quickly. We have 6 minutes before it's 12.
Oh, do we need Git init?
Because it says on when you go up a little bit, it says fatal, not a Git repository.
Yeah, I was thinking that you would just copy the one that is done and dump it in this location.
Yes, that is another way, but if it's not initialized, then it will not give us those things that we need.
Okay.
We can copy it and dump it here, but I wanted us to initialize it before we dump it. Then it will track the files. So Ima, type Git in it.
This is read one, please.
Scroll down a little bit because we can't see the bottom of your terminal. Use arrow keys to scroll down. Or if you can move your terminal up. Okay. Now it's now master. So it looks like it's changed, it's initialized it. I still can't see the bottom. I don't know why if it's
I don't know what is going on. I don't know. You said I should use plus control plus to increase. What would I use to reduce?
oh no, it's fine. Go to the folder where you had your automation code. Not this one. This is the repository we created now from AzureRepos.
Okay.
So go back one step over here. Go back one step. You know your IntelliJ code. Remember where your IntelliJ code is. Your IntelliJ code.
Yes.
Is it the one above Dynamite projects?
Yes.
Go to Dynamite project above. Let me see. After drivers, there's a folder called Dynamite project. You should have IntelliJ in it, and
my IntelliJ. I think it's in my program file.
Your line is breaking up, so I can't. It's in program files. Okay.
Yes.
All right, go there. JetBrains, go to JetBrains after Java. Double click it. Double click it again. Let's see. It's not here. Go back to your project files. Let's see. And look for idea projects. Idea projects. Open your IntelliJ. Let's look for it, the path from there. It looks like your computer is even tired. Here, in your IntelliJ, it's showing that you created your project under C prep major. That's where your project is. Under C prep major. Prep major. Go up. Yes, that's where your phone. So copy everything from here. Or sometimes you can copy from the folder as well and dump it. But copy from everything from here.
Okay.
Yes.
I should copy from folder here.
Yes. Sometimes you can copy from, but what you copied is also fine. Go to Dynamite repo. Dynamite test automation repo. and go to this folder and paste everything here. Paste. Nice. Open if everything is there. Good. So now we're going to open Git bash from here. A new Git bash. You can close the other ones, or you can change the directory to point to this prep major, because it's pointing to Dynamite Scrum Master 2023, but you've added a folder called prep major. Now open a new Git bash, right click, any empty space. Any empty space.
Come
Don't
again,
click on the
please.
folder. Any empty space. Yes, and go to show more options. Git bash here. Maximize it and do Control plus. Control plus just to make it bold. Yeah, so always pay attention to the last / that is pointing to that folder. If not, you may not see the file. You may only see if it's pointing to Dynamite Scrum like previous page that you were on, you will only see prep major. You will not see the list of files. So type git status over here. And let's see what we have here. No commit on track files. Since you can't find the files. Go back to the folder again. Let me see. You should seek all these files.
Can you do git status and see? Go back. Yes.
Go. You type git status, but it just give us /.
There's
Use
two.
git add.
Yeah, git add. Yeah, it said for you to track. Yeah.
Yeah. Git add. Type
Should
git
I?
add. Git add.
Okay.
Then space dot. Then
You
enter.
put git, not git.
Space before the dot. Yes, then enter.
Okay. That should be fine, right? So yeah. Then you do the git commit, right?
No, it still can't find the files.
No. I think it's okay. Right.
Has it? Okay.
So if you do git status now, you see, I think it will list your files. Git status. Enter. Yeah.
Okay, nice. Okay, so now do git commit.
Right.
Space M.
For some reason, I can't see what you're typing.
Okay. Space M -M. Space. Then colon. Sorry. Quotes, double quotes. Yeah, okay. Inside, then you say initial commit. Okay, press enter. Okay, git push. Enter. Okay. So if you go back now, you're going to see it there. Go to
Azure.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is that we have time for the teams so that they set up this way. At least all of you can have access and push your code and start working on it. So all the stories that you have as you pick up a feature file or user story that you are doing that has been assigned to you, then you push your code. So we've done the branches, but we'll create branch on what you do. Once you create it, just stick to your branch with your name and just use it for your work. You don't have to create multiple branches. It'll make it easier. Go to AzureRepos, go to that project that you were on, Dynamite. Go to repos. So we should see it in repos. Okay, so leave it like this. We will set up the CI later on. I will check with Ola when we can have the next training. So what will happen is that anytime you push a code, it will integrate and it will do a merge and build it. Expand it so you can see your code.
So, I don't know, it's not really clear. We can't hear you. I don't know if anyone knows.
Your line is breaking.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Double click on Prep Major so you can see all the code that we committed. And go to SRC. And go to test. And go to Java or resources. Java is fine, or resources, any of them. And go to your test runner. So you can see the exact copycat of the code. Test runner.java. When you click it, you see the exact code in there. So this is your remote repository, and your local repository is the folder you created on your C drive called Dynamite Test Repo. You get it. So now everything you're working on your computer in IntelliJ, you have to track the files, commit them, then you have to push the code here. Okay, so if you create a duplicate of this master branch, you will have a copy as your own branch. Okay, so it will reflect the work that you are doing. And when you push your code and your team members also push their code, you can pull and you can see the work that they've done. So we want you guys to start with this. Hopefully after 1 week or 2 weeks, you guys will become familiar with some of the. So the git init, you may not use it again. The git config for the global user, you won't see, but you remember, because you use your name, we can see Redwan Kazim as your name over there. So anything you do with your files, we can see, and you automatically get an email if the code fails. If it builds successfully too, you get an email that your build has completed successfully and things like that. So end here. I don't know if anybody has anything to say. It's been a long day. 4 hours. You guys have tried. We still have 19 people on call. Hey, when I'm teaching, people don't want to sleep. Or they are sleeping. I'll check from your code.
Hey.
Hey, you are not sleeping.
This needs attention to details.
Wow, you guys are encouraging me. Yeah, sometimes I can teach to 1 o'clock, and still people will tell me I should continue. I say, you guys, is it not enough? Yeah, so we have our brother here is committed his code. All your teams have to do this. So you should have one automation code there that, depending on your tester assignment that you'll be given, you automate and you push your code. You automate, you push your code. If you want to see what the rest of your team have done, you just pull your code. And ideally, every day, if you are working as a developer, as a tester, you should check the latest changes, because you never know, somebody can change the Chrome driver. Maybe you are using Chrome 102 and there's a new Chrome that somebody has updated. If you don't use the latest one, you start having issues. And even if you don't put the latest changes and you update it, and you don't put the latest changes, it will cause conflict, because when you are pushing or you update your code and somebody has already done it on the master or the main, it will tell you that it looks like this code is already there. Do you want to keep the changes or do you want to revert yours? Then you do it, but it will get much more practical and more easy to understand when you guys do it this way. So thank you all for coming. You guys will have the recording. Unfortunately, it's very long, but it will be helpful. I don't know if there's a way to split it up, but I will speak to Ola to see if she can split it up into 1 hour sessions.
All right.
All right. Yes. Who
Sorry.
is this? I'm going to sleep.
Oh my God. Comfort.
You again. Hey, you want to comfort me? This comfort, I don't want it to. Let me go and sleep.
All right. All right. Quick one. So where we stopped and we got stuck, how do I go on from there?
I think you have to use the path access that we did. Yeah, it looks like the authentication wasn't working. So but on your case, when we did it, it didn't give us the prompt for us to sign in with the tester account. Yeah, so I would advise first sign in on your Azure with tester account.
Yeah, I've done that.
Okay, then clone that repository, but we can't do it tonight, please. Clone that repository, see if it gives you that prompt to enter an email and password.
I think, Kwame, I think it's fine.
It's fine now.
No, with our own, because it's showing a terminal, password terminal. You just need to put path access. Do you get it now?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so
Comfort, you can share your screen. Let's see if it will work. If it takes more than 1 minute, I'm going to sleep. So Emmanuel, if you can stop sharing your screen so we can help it.
Sorry, his name is Ade.
Ade.
You've been calling Emmanuel since.
Because every time it looks like
answered.
there are 2 Emmanuels, but I only know one Emmanuel. That is Mr. Deji. So the Emmanuels, please put something next to your name.
all the Emmanuels that has been on this platform are wonderful people. Of course.
Can you see my screen?
Again, I want to say my name is Ridwan, please. And you can also call me Ade.
Ade, yeah, I think
yes.
I like Ade. Yeah. So
can you see my screen?
No, I can't see your screen. I'm seeing Ade's screen.
Yeah, can you see? Can you see that?
Yes. So Yours was what? Blue password for Blue Sky Citadel.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you have the password?
Yes.
Okay.
For Blue Sky, yes.
Deji. I'm not sure if you have to type parts before you put the password.
No. You have to go
This
to
one.
we have to go to the project first.
The project. Okay.
Yeah. So I think your project is Twilight, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you go to open Twilight first.
Scroll down and see if it's there. You can see the list of projects and see if there's Twilight.
No. No.
Okay.
No, there should be Twilight there.
No.
Really? So can you go to just search for Twilight at the top?
It's not showing.
Put your URL there.
No, not found.
Put your URL at the top. Yeah. Oh, how your URL looks like, isn't it?
So which one is do I copy this?
But you should know what your URL looks like in your team, for your team.
That.
Yes. Can you go?
Copy. Paste where? Here.
Yeah. Press enter.
Request access.
Are you telling me that none of you guys in Twilight have used this account?
No. We've not.
Like we've been able to test using our personal account. So
okay. All right. Let me quickly look into that for you because it seems Twilight is not added as a project. Or that tester account is not given, yeah, they didn't give access to Twilight. So 1 minute. So where's the it's tester 1, right?
Yes.
Comfort, the 1 minute is past. Yeah.
Please don't run away. You said July 21.
The comfort is too much. I've given you 1 minute. It's gone past. Yeah, I will leave it to Deji. Deji will sign out and end the recording. Or we can end the recording now. Do you want me to stop the recording?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.